area directors in, please. Mayor, can you talk to your MMCs, chairperson, to get the area directors in the house? We need to move. It's better to head outside. Our areas are not the same. Yes, can we get these directors, because when we call them, we don't get them. Same areas. I'm sitting in a fire area every day. Where's the MM? Mayor, where's the MM? No, man. People were busy. We called them for a special council meeting. Now people don't come in. We left staff that we needed to do. Cannot accept this. This is unacceptable.
Speaker,
Thank you.
also the CFO is not here. Where's
See,
the
we direct-
CFO?
MMC. Monet is acting. I saw something on all users. Yeah, we're going to vote. Greetings, councillors. Thanks for responding when the invitations went out for you to come to attend a special council meeting. And I see I'm not missing any councillor. Where's Lopez? Okay. Where's Peter? Okay. Where's Neil? Let me welcome all of you to our meeting of today. I hope you all receive your agendas. You have them in front of you. No, it's part of it. It's part of life. You must accept it. You see, I'm dealing with point number 1, which is opening and welcoming. I'm welcoming all of you equally, and hope that as much we have differences in our wards, but the support you are giving, I will always say that the support that you give to Ward 3, do the same to the other wards as well, to assist our communities with the smaller resources that we have. At least it makes differences to some people's life. That's the reason you saw me this morning saying that everyone must be here, because we cannot be seated here the whole day. There's challenges out there. Even on Monday, there was houses burned out in my ward. I haven't finished the one that burned. Even on Friday, same Friday, you see, we got issues as issues, different kinds of issues, but let's hold each other's hands and move together. Hope you will put us all in your prayers. There are different things happening within different wards. Put those things in prayers. I'll deal myself with the prayer section, which is point number 2. From Cape to Cairo, Morocco to Madagascar, there's no one who can claim even an inch of this land easily. I've already finished praying. We go now to point number 3, attendance of members. Councillors present.
Speaker, yes, I'd like to, may I sit, Speaker? Sorry. May I sit?
May I read your mind? If you're going to ask me about CFO, we're going to deal with that
Yeah, I'd
soon.
like
They
to
are-
know where the CFO
they
is,
are-
and
they are busy.
also our legal manager is not
Yeah,
here either.
you will see them
Please.
soon. You will see some movement soon.
Thank you.
Okay. I said you will see movement. Ne? I didn't say you will see Scosan. Which move now to councillors present. All councillors, let me check. YouTube, everyone be given. Is it out to the community? Jill? Okay. Councillors present, Struble is present, it means everyone is present. And there's no councillors out, upset, councillors without leave. We are now at bullet number 4, provision of code of conduct for councillors. Okay, we go to disclosure of interest. Let me start by myself where I'm seated. I need your guidance. There's an in-committee staff there.
Thanks.
Yeah, I need to, because I'm cited. I don't want you to go deeper. If we deal with that item, must I be seated or should I leave the meeting? Because Lopez is here. I don't find myself in another corner with Lopez. Name to you, to the Director of Corporate.
Oh, no, thank you. Good morning, councillors. Thank you very much. Speaker, we are not going to deal, this item does not deal with the merits of this case. The merits of the matter are not going to be deliberated, but it only deals with the delegation on the decision for applications of legal representation that must be dealt with. So there is no conflict of interest per se. Thank you.
Now you got a second, Lopez, second, do you like this? Susie,
Thank you, Speaker.
be
Speaker,
seated, be seated.
the item is in committee. I think we should discuss the conflict of interest aspect in committee. We can't have it both ways. When we get to it, I suggest we discuss it then.
Maybe you didn't follow the agenda. I'm saying we are at point number 5, disclosure of interests. Now, that item, we don't go to it as merit has been said, but I needed to understand because I'm part of it, so that when we are there, I know what should I do. Should I leave the meeting or not? Because remember, we're just dealing with the content. Another hand, so that we move. I heard you. Okay. New matter submitted by the municipal manager, 6.1, is about appointment of an acting director of corporate service, which we will find on page 4. Almost when I run with a meeting, when you're quiet, I run with it. Say so white, then I will wait. Seemingly you're confused, but that's the reason I don't know who introduced coffee again. When the coffee was not here, you were fresh. Charlie and Councillor Sabi.
Speaker, just before we proceed, I just wanted to get clarity. I did ask the council whip if we could have a whips meeting. He indicated to me that there would going to be a caucus called by the ANC and that we could then have the whips meeting thereafter. So I'm a little bit confused because I had requested a whips meeting before council started.
Let's do it in this
Thank
fashion
you.
because it never came to my attention as yet. But you will be she's number 1, you number 2, the whip will be number 3, or you number 2, between yourself and the whip. But let's make the whip number 2 after Councillor Charlie, because we don't know what Charlie is going to say. Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to everyone. I, Councillor Charlie, on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, would like to ask you to permit us for a caucus for 30 minutes, please.
Okay, just hold that. Whip, is there anything?
Thank you, Speaker. The DA asking for a caucus of the whip, but I hope we're going to have a caucus as a ANC after. Then we have a caucus of the whip later.
rather grant the PA the 30 minutes, because basically it's the only one requested for.
I'm happy with that, Speaker, thank you.
Yes, it's 10 past now, then you calculate. White, you must not be late for 30 minutes. You can go and get your Coke. Sabah, the CFO will be joining us through online.
The CFO, the acting CFO, because we got a user email to say that Ms. Tsedi was not, she was away or something, and that
Yeah,
Mornay Michael was acting until the 17th. So is it Mornay that's online?
Morna is sick. Is the first acting.
So who's online? Is I'm asking,
Mama.
because we
It's
don't
our
see
CFO.
anybody.
It's ours. Councillor Charlie, you've asked for a caucus.
Thank you, Speaker. We are back. We can proceed.
We were dealing with item 6.1, whom Councillor Charlie requested for a caucus. Now she's reported that she's back. The recommendation is at page 5. Councillor Matika, Chief Whip of the ANC.
Thank you, Chair.
Speaker, sorry. I'd indicated that we were going to have a whips meeting after they came back from the caucus.
Is this thing of whip still on? Okay. I don't know.
Well, I hadn't heard it wasn't, so I'm just asking now what's happened to the whips meeting.
Both of you are here.
Thank you.
Yourself and you. He talked about ANC's corner. You remember before we move out? He said that when you talked about the whips forum, the whip said that it might happen after the caucus asked by the ANC. Now, there's a reason maybe the ANC is going to call a caucus. I saw a hand of the ANC chief whip now. I don't know.
Speaker,
Yes.
thank you very much. The DA asking for a chief whips forum. If you can give us 5 minutes, Chief Speaker, please.
Do you think 5 minutes is for you guys who does not even come with a report back? I hope,
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think we were on the recommendation when the Patriotic Alliance asked for a caucus. I think let us deal with this recommendation, and then when this recommendation is done, then we can continue now with the other caucuses that was needed as the whip and whatsoever.
correct, but correctly said by Councillor Sabah that she indicated that she spoke to the whip that they needed a caucus as whips, while you requested for a caucus. Then I said, let me hear from the whip. Then the whip indicated that, okay, I see it, Deputy Mayor. And the whip indicated that they will request after an ANC asked for a caucus. But now he's reporting saying that through his office, the DA is requesting a whip caucus for 5 minutes. I'm asking myself then, normally I give you half an hour. Now at least you're moving backwards now, taking 25 off. Will you make it at 5 minutes with your different mindset?
Thank you, Speaker. I think it would be fair that we would have a whips meeting for 15 minutes. I think that would be ample time. I don't think we need more than that. Thank you.
Councillor Susan, are you aware of the engagement? Are you available?
Yes, I'm very much available, Speaker.
Okay. Same time? Are you?
Same time, same place.
Okay. Mayor, as a whip of PBI.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Mine is that they have now, there was this thing of Councillor Susan that complained about the time because the people is listening online. Meaning that if we're going to take a 15-minute whips meeting, then we have to go back, come back here, call another caucus for the different political parties to discuss what we have just been discussing in the whips caucus. And that is going to take another hour. Because I can also call a caucus separately. And we don't want to waste time here, Speaker. There's only 3 items, and we have the tendency nowadays to take 3 items which could have been finished within an hour, ending meetings at 5, 6 o'clock at night.
Chief Whip of the ANC.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I don't have energy to attend with meetings. We will sit and agree. When it comes here, Councillor Law is dry. Councillor Deputy Mayor is dry. They don't know. So I'm making example. So I don't want us to. We go there from representing our political party. We agree. We come here, then the speaker says, but you guys agree, where is the report? Come here, we come with our own political party mandates. So, Chair, whip's meeting should be a day before council. We discuss in length before our caucuses. Then we take it to caucuses. Because now we go to a chief whip meeting, we waste our time, we discuss and agree. We come here. After the chief whip meeting, we go to our political parties. Our political parties say no. Ons staan nog raar wat ons gestaan het. Ons draai nie. Then we come here, we have been told, no, we agree. We come back, Councillor Sabah will say, but you guys agree. Yes, we can agree in the chief whip meeting, but we still have to go back to our political parties. And our political party will say, we don't agree what you have said. We still stand where we stick to it. But I don't have any problem, let's go. But I'm just saying that that's what is happening there, Speaker. That's what frustrates me. But we can go to the chief whips.
What must I say? Greetings to everyone.
Chief Whip of PA. Comrades, let's take each other now serious. It's 5 past now. Wait, you've asked for this thing. No, there's no need for follow-up, guys. At least come back, man, 25 past. No, guys, you need a report out of you. When you came in here, the whip must report what you have discussed. Then we move as council. Yeah, there's no need going back to your structures. You come here, we take it from there. If you're not happy, it's your baby. Thank you. The whips are back. Strubel is back with the meeting. Pastor. Thank you. Whip, do you have anything to say so that I can move?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we have our discussion as a whips. On point number one, we agree or disagree. On point number one, we appoint the name of Luvuyo.
Can you see this routiness does not assist. That's what we're avoiding. Just give the man a space to speak, irrespective if you didn't agree or you agree. Then we finish, then we move with the meeting as we planned. He cannot take a decision for 21 councillors. He's just coming and report. If the meeting didn't materialize, by the way, maybe you didn't even start to talk. Maybe you spoke about your own businesses. Can you give us, those who were not there, an opportunity to listen? Please, Esther. Councillor Matika, can wait?
Thanks, Chair. I think, Chair, before we proceed, can we ask Director Corporate to excuse us?
Esther, can you excuse us? Over, put.
No, thank you, Chair. Oh,
Aye, meeting yamle.
Speaker, we agree and disagree. But the majority, Luvuyo Loliwe to be appointed as the acting director of corporate for the period of 3 months. Thank you, Speaker. On item number 2, 6.2. No, I reporting. Thank you.
Oh, leave number 2, let's deal with one.
Okay, thank you.
Councillors, that's a report that we receive. Because they cannot decide for council. Council appoints through the system. Now, what is council saying? There's a view that, There's a view that the present acting director to be appointed for 3 months and whatever. Okay, was there any, let me call names first before you speak. Councillor Matikas first, Councillor Lopez. Lopez, your hand up. Lopez. Sabi. Who's there? I saw a hand there. Peter, you're back. Councillor Susan, are you hand up? You would like to be last there because you are tall. Because you are tall. Any hands this side? Okay. Councillor Matika.
thank you, Chair. Chair, Director Loliwe's contract coming to an end on 18. As a council, we moved that recommendation be that we appoint, not extend, we appoint Mr. Loliwe for a period of 3 months from the 20th of March. From the 20th of March. Yeah, that is our recommendation. Chair, also, on the multi-caucus, I don't think we're going to discuss too much. Yeah, thank you.
A corner for Matika before I go to Lopez. Deputy Mayor of the Greater Neisner.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Speaker, I second the proposal for the, for the proposal of the appointment of Mr. Loliwe from the 20th of March.
Now to other councillors. Are my favorite.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yeah, I think it's common knowledge that the appointment as proposed by the ANC is not lawful. Mr. Liliwe does not have the prerequisite experience as contained in the item. The item is quite clear about what needs to be done. We are aware that there has been, in fact, been an application launched by the MEC, and we do not believe that it is in the interest of this council to extend a period or to appoint Mr. Liliwe to this position. It will not be it'll be yet another unlawful decision that council will be taking, and that recommendation should not be supported. If there is no one suitable, then the matter must be brought back later, but that is something council, but I'm going to caution council against going with the recommendation as proposed by the ANC. I do not believe that it is a lawful recommendation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sabah.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there are a number of issues that are problematic with this item. But firstly, I want to just raise the fact that these agendas were received exceptionally late, literally just before 4 o'clock yesterday. We as a DA were not able to really consult or speak to anybody so that we could recommend anybody in this position. There was not sufficient time for us to do so. And therefore, our hands are tied as elected representatives to perform our duties with regard to this. There needs to be a better process with regard to the calling of meetings and the providing of agendas well ahead of time, because we cannot be doing this and continually do this. This is happening all the time this year, and it's unacceptable. Secondly, the item is incomplete. It does not include your internal staff that could act, and there are a number of them that I understand that could act. Thirdly, as Councillor Lopez has indicated, it is an unlawful decision that will be taken by council if council approves the appointment of Mr. Loliwe. We are all well versed with regard to the letters written to this municipality by Minister Burdell in this regard. We are opening ourselves up to litigation again. And I warn every single councillor that votes in favour of this unlawful item that they will be held personally responsible for any expenditure incurred, and they will have to face those expenditures in their personal capacities. The municipality cannot continue to fund legal expenses for people that are operating outside of their jurisdiction. We do not have the right to approve unlawful items as councillors. We have a town to serve, we have a community to serve, and we need to serve it properly. We need to serve it and have full recognition for the rule of law. And the way the things are going at the moment, this is not what's happening, and we cannot proceed on this basis. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in light of everything that's been said by my colleagues around me, we feel that we haven't had sufficient time to apply our minds to this and look for suitable candidates to be proposed for this position. So therefore, I'm proposing that this item stand over to the 20th, and we reconvene at that point in time to be able to nominate somebody for this position. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I can see what the suggestion is, that we appoint Mr. Loliwe and don't extend him. I mean, that is like breaking into a shop and being told you've stolen something and say, no, I've just borrowed it. I mean, the legislature is not stupid. The MEC is not stupid. We are not allowed to appoint or extend any person to act for more than 3 months without the permission of the MEC. Mr. Loliwe has already acted for that 3 months illegally without the permission of the MEC, and even the MEC cannot give permission for somebody to act beyond 6 months. No matter whether you call it extend, appoint, whatever, it's the same thing. I mean, let's not insult the intelligence of the authorities or the courts. If heaven help, it has to end up there again. Apart from that, Mr. Loliwe does not qualify for the job, and that was admitted by the ANC. He does not have 2 years senior management experience. Now, this item before us makes it very, very clear that the minimum requirements for the acting director are as follows. This is for every councillor to read. Minimum of 7 years experience at senior and middle management level, of which at least 2 years must be senior management level. The only senior management experience he's had is 6 months in Neisner, and that was illegal, and it will be set aside by the court. And the Systems Act says if somebody is appointed illegally, it's deemed to be void ab initio. So he'll never be able to claim those 6 months as experience, but it's in any event not enough. This was admitted by the ANC when we had an item before council when we had to determine how much to pay Mr. Loliwe. I got up and I said that he doesn't qualify, so he shouldn't be paid at all, but if we pay him, it must be the lowest. And one of the ANC councillors said, it was on record in YouTube, yes, but we don't, those requirements do not apply to acting directors. They don't have to comply. Well, we all know that that is not correct, and since the Systems Amendment Act came into operation, it is 100% stated in the Act that acting directors have to comply with exactly the same requirements. I suggest we do an internal appointment. We do not have money. We've had to cut 16 million off our salary bill. We cannot appoint even essential staff, so that we do an internal appointment of somebody who does qualify. And just another thing, if we appoint Mr. Loliwe today, I must congratulate the ANC, because when they were in power before us with the coalition, they made an illegal appointment, which is now before the courts. The appointment of the acting director finance was illegal, the acting director corporate was illegal, the MM was illegal, it's all before the court, so it's very impressive, 100% illegal appointment record. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Please excuse my voice. I'm a bit under the weather today. But I will get and this decision is making me more under the weather because it's actually affecting my health. But anyway, Speaker, we knew about this appointment expiring 3 months ago. We've seen all the legal issues around these appointments. We've heard that people are not fit to sit in those positions. These comments didn't come from people that sucked it out of their thumbs. It came from people who understand legislation and who know local government. Now, Speaker, there are at least 3 reasons why people make illegal decisions. Number 1, pressure. You don't want to be removed, you don't want to lose a position. Number 2, people make illegal decisions because of ignorance. They just don't understand, and maybe they haven't read the law, they don't understand what the law says. Or there is a lack of ethics. People make illegal decisions because they lack ethics. So I want to appeal, maybe take a different angle and appeal to my colleagues on the right to say to them, isn't it now time to make the right decisions? Isn't it now time to say, you know what, I don't care about the pressure? Isn't it now time to say, the law says this, I'm going to do that? So, Speaker, I want to appeal to our colleagues to please not go down this road again. There will be repercussions, and you know, you read in the media, more and more councillors and municipal officials are getting found guilty for these offences. So, thank you, Speaker. I just want to appeal to my colleagues. Let's do the right thing and really make the right decision here. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give to Charlie and Mabi, Councillor Mabi, I must bring the attention of councillors, because everyone has spoken, in terms of there's a proposal in front of us, which was seconded. Also, Councillor Lowe moved by saying that it's either her or Councillor Sabak to say the item must be removed and be brought back, even if it's Monday, 20th. I think it's Peter, Mayor in waiting, Peter. But my attention is, councillors must understand there's a proposal seconded. There's no opposing a proposal. Let me give to Charlie. From Charlie is Mabi. From Mabi, are you, your hand up? I think.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker,
No,
I'd
it's
like
not
to
you yet.
second
It's not you
Peter's
yet.
proposal.
It's not you yet. Sisuphakamisile now? You must not, spend much your energy. You must keep it. April is here. Charlie.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yeah. Can I proceed, Speaker? Speaker, thank you. Speaker, just need an advice. Maybe I'm the one who is mislooking on these things. I just need to know, is there any university whereby when our graduates, they are done working, whereby they will be sent to that university so that they can have an experience? That's my point number one, because I am concerned, I'm sitting with my grandson who's a graduate from Rhodes University. And I know that he must go into other municipalities, not here in Niger. Niger municipalities doesn't want to grow or to give experience, especially when it comes to the border of Niger. They must go into other municipalities whereby they will be given a chance to grow up themselves. So that is why, with due respect to the MEC of this province, is there a university that we can say that they must go there and then they're going to be groomed and then they're going to have an experience so that they can easily get a job in the municipality? You know, Speaker, I was in a taxi whereby this child, he told me that I got my grade 12 with distinctions. I went to university. There is no luck for me to get a job in Niger. Now I'm working in a farm just because of my color. He's a graduate. He finished. But just because of these bylaws of not giving our children an opportunity, whereby we are going to tell him that he must have an experience. Now, if there is a university that is on the wind or up in the sky for this experience, I also need to know so that I can send my grandson there. Because it is a pain to see our children. They must go to universities and they come back and sit in taverns because the bylaws say that and that and that and that and that. So I am very disappointed in these bylaws. There's a director, who is now qualifying in Beaton municipality, whereby we grew him in this municipality. Now she is now a qualified one. Let the MEC look at this. Let the MEC look at this and tell me. Because I know for sure there was an MEC in the Western Cape for years, but at the last minute, he was kicked out because he doesn't have qualifications, because he's black. So I'm taking and raising this. For years, they're making the mistake. And at the end, they kick you out because you don't have qualification, but you've been serving for years as the MEC. Now I want due respect to say that I need to know, where is the university? Where must these people, where must these directors get the experience? In which municipalities, so that we can send our children in those municipalities? Last one, I am not here for position. I am not here for position to be in a portfolio in whatsoever. I can survive with the little amount that I can earn when I got another job somewhere. But I will never be a sellout. I will never sell a black child out. We've been taken to court. The thing has been restated. I'm saying that on the 20th, Director Loliwe is our director up until the 18th. Then it's done. So from there, we must speak another language. So I don't know now what is the issue of us being told that about the court, it's unlawful and all that stuff and all these things and all these things. If there's a money to protect the councillors in this municipality, Let it be. Let it be. So my plea is that I need the university whereby our children can have an experience so that they can become the directors, so that they can become the managers, so that they can become officials of this nice municipality. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Deputy Mayor Mapi. Wait, but I think councillors, I'll allow you to speak as much as you want to speak, but Rule 20 is very clear that a councillor may speak only once to the matter before the council. I cannot sit here until 3 dealing with one item. Okay, I can never allow that. I'd rather apply the rules of the game. In that fashion, Mabi, then councillor, stand after her, Maxime, after Maxime, councillor Willems. Then we move out of the item.
Thank you, Chairperson. Speaker Yammer. I would like to, first of all, ask for legal to give us guidance with regards to the proposal. And then, if needs be, Chairperson, my last one would be to call for a caucus on behalf of the PBI. But I would like to turn your attention also to this one. Councillor Campbell always refers to this portion when she speaks and wants to make examples or references, sorry. A minimum of 7 years experience at senior and middle management level, of which at least 2 years must be at senior management level. Now, I would like to throw this question back to the very same councillor. When making reference to this, does she even think about appointments that was made of people very close to her that does not have that 7 years experience? I want her, through you, Speaker, to answer me on that.
No, I won't allow her to answer you. She heard you loud and clear because it's going to be a two-way show. No. Don't worry, you'll win another collusion, then you'll be the speaker. I think there was something posed. It's legal here. Through you, Speaker. Through you, just a point of appointment. Don't go far and too far. Just go to Quickspot, don't go to Pihai.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I just have to caution Council with regards to any appointment. In terms of the new Systems Amendment Act, it is stated that even an acting appointment must have the same skills, expertise, and qualifications as a permanent appointment of a senior manager. And I can confirm that there is a pending matter still to be decided by a court where the MEC questioned the years of experience of Mr. Loliwe. I'm not sure whether Councillor Mabe has a more direct question for me to answer.
I think the question was regarding the appointment. Oh, did I capture correct?
Yeah, it was with regards to the proposal. Yes. And if that is what she said, then that's why I've said I would then ask for caucus.
I'll give everyone to finish to speak, then I'll give you a caucus. But I think MM got a view here.
Thanks, Speaker. I think as much as we are saying, or the item is saying, the resolution is saying that this is the appointment, it's not the extension. But then there is the reference to the matters, the pending matters of the director, of the acting director, the pending matter of the legit MM. I need to also refer to these matters that they are before court now. So it's going to be premature for us to be then deciding on the matters that are premature. We cannot be saying that let's bring this as the point of departure or then the point of reference. This is the resolution on the appointment. I think we should then stick to that instead of talking of this thing. I mean, for example, I can say that I have applied. I have all the requisite skills and the qualifications, but that is not necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Councillors, as I've said, that I won't spend my whole day in this one item, or rather attend this meeting if we're going to do that. We don't know why we are here. I've got Councillor Festin.
Speaker.
Maxim.
Sorry, Speaker, we can't sit the whole day here. There was a proposal.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
Speaker, can I raise a point of order, please?
I've got your name here.
It's a point of order, Speaker.
Okay.
Speaker, I want to take the council to Rule 20.6B. The Speaker may not allow a debate on a matter in respect of which a decision by a judicial or administrative body or commission of inquiry is pending. So I do want to caution the council. The matter of Mr. Loliwe's appointment is before the High Court. So I do think we should steer clear of discussing Mr. Loliwe.
Thank you. Can we have Van Steen and Maxine and Councillor Willemse? White, are you still on the list? Okay. Matika, you saw your hand.
No, thank you, Chair. I wanted us to move, but I wanted the clarity in terms of what has Councillor Campbell saying, the legal to advise us on that one. Okay, one of a new appointment and the appointment. Then after that, we go, just wanted the clarity on that. And in terms of, we cannot debate the issue of qualify or not qualify. Mr. Loliwe is here. The Court of Law will say that he doesn't qualify or qualify. Up until then, he still qualifies because he's here. So we can't be discussing now that he qualifies or disqualify. Ours is to make sure is to deal with this one of extension or appointment.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Festin.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there was a proposal made from Councillor Bester, and I'd like to second that.
Of moving this item to Monday. Okay, there's a seconder. Maxim, you're thirdly.
Thank you, Speaker.
You can be seated.
I just want to say that stating the requirements in this recommendation is actually a slap in everybody's face. Reality is that the embassy has cautioned this council. The case is before court. The ANC and its coalition partners has already disregarded these requirements. In practice, you might as well change it here, because it's a slap in our face. We come here and we discuss the same thing over and over when the acting period is over. So you might as well equalize it. The ANC and its coalition partners do what they want anyway. So they might as well overrule the requirements. Then we know that kukhala is Chatulozeni. Thank you.
Councillor Willemse.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's easy to resolve this issue to a certain extent. We're pushing the boundaries of whether it's an appointment or an extension. But the easiest way to settle this is show us Mr. Loliwe's experience. It's all good and well through you to Councillor Matika to say we can't discuss the experience, but this is a prerequisite. Does he or does he not have the required experience? That's the bottom line. We can't appoint if he doesn't. And if you can't tell us or can't prove to us that he has senior management experience, then we cannot appoint. That is the bottom line. But nobody seems to come up with these facts. We sit here and we debate and we debate and we debate, and we don't actually debate the facts because we don't have the facts before us. We make irregular decisions based on emotion and based on fear and based on all of these things, but we do not make our decisions based on fact. And that is what this council is lacking at the moment. We do not look at fact and we do not make the decisions based on those facts. And that is what this council is becoming. We negate the facts. We don't care about the facts. Let the court decide the fact. And the bottom line is that is what's costing this municipality money. And I'm urging this council to look at the facts for a change. And I'm through you, Speaker, to the MM. Please provide us with that information so that we can make an informed decision. Irrespective of whether we're going to take it to the 20th or whenever, we still need to make a decision. And the decision needs to be based around fact. We are pussyfooting around these issues all the time and making irregular decisions without the facts before us. And we get given an item that doesn't even have the correct prerequisites before us because a bachelor's degree is not required. It's an NQ level 8, which is an honours degree. So that is also an incorrect item on the prerequisites. So please, Speaker, we need the facts before us before we make any informed decision or are able to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Deputy Mayor, you wanted to ask for a caucus, but will you allow us, because we've got two proposals on the table. There's a proposal of advocate the department from the 20th. There's a proposal from Councillor Bester that we move the item to the 20th, and it was seconded. Those are two proposals in front of us, in front of this council. Now, we need to check with you because we wanted to ask for a caucus. Should I continue or you still want a caucus?
No, thank you, Chairperson, Speaker. That's why I've asked after the legal opinion that I would like to have a caucus then.
Are you still on for caucus?
Yes.
Okay. For how much? 5? It's 10 past 1, please. I'm going to fetch you if you don't come. Thank you. We are back. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chairperson. Speaker, sorry, man, I don't know why I keep on calling you Chairperson. But you are, in fact, the Chairperson. We are back from the caucus, and on behalf of myself as a Councillor Mabi, I withdraw my secondment to that item.
Proposal of Councillor Matiga.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you, Matiga, have any second? Councillor Charlie?
I second.
I must take this opportunity before I deal with this proposal in front of me, that it's nice to see young councillors who just emerge, that they familiarize themselves with the rules of order. Keep it up, keep it up. Keep us in lane. Don't stop, Roar, so that the future is in your hands, so that the content of debate will grow when we meet after recess, so that all we are in the law. I have two proposals in front of me, which was made by Councillor, Chief Whip of the ANC, seconded by the Chief Whip of PA. Then there's a proposal coming for Mr. Pester, Councillor Pester, seconded as well. Now we're gonna move because we've been dilly-dallying in this item. Those who are in favor of Councillor Peter Pester, let's start in town CBD. I nearly count myself. Okay. Those who are against the CBD, show your hands. Yes, Councillor Pester. Those who are in favor of Councillor Matika, seconded by PA. Those who are against Matika, I consider. Abstention. Can you results of the day?
Thank you, Speaker. From the proposal of the DA led by Mr. Best is 10. Against that proposal is 11. The proposal of the ANC led by Chief Whip is 10. Against that proposal is 10. One abstain.
Consult you next to me because there's a 10 there. I don't want to do my own. I don't want to do my own. I already consulted someone here.
No, thanks, thanks, P. I think it is clear also in terms of the rules that if there's a tie, we will request the casting vote of the speaker if available. So it will be the speaker now who will then also then have the opportunity to exercise his right as to whether they want to do the casting or not. So I think through you, Speaker, I think this is the process that is normal. So the casting vote is yours.
Yeah. Let me do the honor of waiting for some communication I'm supporting Councillor Matika's proposal. Lopez? Okay, let's move then. Next item, please.
Chairperson.
Thanks.
Thanks, Speaker. I just want to ask, I spoke to the WIP, especially about this item 6.2. That I want to have a discussion with the WIPs around this item.
Or can we get to advocate to come and advocate? We finished the item regarding the advocate. Is it in the one wearing a cap here? Okay. It is whip, the chief whip of the.
Speaker, sorry, what was your decision on the last item? Did you abstain or did you vote? You use your casting vote.
My casting vote.
Okay.
Oh, I did, and I said, you know, most of communication. I consulted first before I casted in advance. Councillor Lowe is saying that he requested to the office of the whip to meet with the whips regarding 6.2. Are the whips available? What time is it now? Hmm? What time do you want to come back? Maxine, what do you say? I'll take something from this side. Maxine? There was time mentioned, yeah. What time? They're fighting alone there. Remember, we just gave them 25 now. They didn't come with something. Come on. You said 10, all of you agree with 10. Then it's half past, which is quarter to. Please, don't fight, man. Find each other. Got different manifestos, you must understand that.
status.
Molweni. Hi, Pravin. Thank you, councillors. The whips are back, and we are on item 6.2, which is at page 6. I'll open the floor to the whips. If there's any additions from the website, that will be allowed. Also, if there's any input from any councillor of council, those also inputs will be welcomed. But also, as times go, we must try to stick to the content of the debate. Please, any whip, or should I give to the whip of council?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Indeed, we did meet and then we are back. Councillor Lowe is going to lead us.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I think that we have to rescind some of the decisions on this item. Because if I read the item, and I don't want to go into details on it, even around the selection panel on this item. Because we as council have to understand that certain names that has been mentioned here have direct issues with the Knysna municipality, if I can state it like that. So that's why I was asking for a caucus with the chief whips. Now I just going out and want to make some amendments to the recommendation in front of us. We also did have a discussion with our working partners, and it was clear, agreed on it, how we're going to deal with it. So this is the thing. So there's a recommendation that I want to put on the table, but allow the others to speak on it, then I will come with that. After they have spoken, then we will deal with the recommendation that we as the working relationship, multi-party organization are going to deal with it. Because we are very clear around it. Because I don't want to raise certain things here because we are very strict when we have to raise certain things here.
You've raised an issue of their names that are attached within these items. As Judge Kosana, can some of your colleagues whom you've met assist us in terms of names, and what is your way forward in terms of names that are attached within the item? I'm the judge of this court now. Can you assist us? We were not there in your discussions. Now we want to zoom into your discussions. Please, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker. I think what we have discussed is the following, that in the recommendation or the resolution or the recommendation that the expert by name Mr. Strato be replaced with Mr. Eben Phillips in the position or the panel of the appointment for the positions of planning development as well as corporate. Alternatively, if Mr. Phillips is not available, that we then come up with the name of Mr. Truman Prince. Just keep quiet.
Speaker?
Allow him to finish, then other one, you're going to make your input.
And then the third one would be then, if Mr. Prince is not available, to get Mr. Menze from the district as a replacement. And then furthermore, our further recommendation is that we go with recommendation B, that council review and rescind the council decision dated SC 04-23 dated 28 February, not to include clause D and to remove the whips from being observers on this recruitment process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can the other chiefs zoom into the issue of name? Let's start with this thing of the name first before we go to the whip one, so that we don't mix these things.
Chair, Speaker, now what must happen? We have to rescind the decision, because then we have to bring it up like this. That council review and rescind council resolution SC 04-02-23 dated 28 February 2023 not to include clause B1 and B2. Because if we are not going to do it like that, then the names will still be there, because then we are only will rescind the one of the chief's whoop. This is so what we are saying that B1 and B2, Mr. Strato as a person of expert in the area of corporate to be removed. Then we are saying that when it comes to the chief's whoop, then we are saying that clause D to be removed, the chief's whoop from as observers. That is how we have to state it. This is how we have to state it. So this is my recommendation on that.
I hear you, fighter. I'll be with you now, Davis, but I need to start with Sabah. I need us first. I hope you can follow me. There's a name which you guys agreed upon. Some names, let me put it that way, within your forum, which is a name came up, which is the name of Mr. Eben Phillips to replace Mr. Strato, correct? But similarly, there's other surprisingly names. No. Let's follow the debate. Because when Eben was called name, everyone was quiet, correct? We agreed on that. It seemed that name, there was a consensus around that name. Then there's other, remember all went to caucuses. We need not to run away from that. Maybe there's developments within a caucus. Now the developments are saying that if Eben is not available, we propose to have X, which is the name that we mentioned. If X is not available, then we move for P. Because maybe it's not confirmed yet. For instance, we need to establish, we need to delegate someone to communicate with Eben availability. Remember, this thing just happened now that we are not happy, if I may put it upon words to say that, we're not happy to have Strato because of certain reasons that attached him. Now we need to have a name because interviews are next week, if I'm not mistaken. Nature, interviews are? Next week. Which in today and tomorrow we need to have a name that replaces that person. Now, hopefully that Eben will be available. Hope people will be communicating and check his availability. But let's finish this thing of name. We agree about Eben, correct? All organizations around the table agree about Eben. Now we need to have an alternative. If Eben is not available, we need also to pray. I need your advice, but we need also to see, we can wait because apparently he will be available around 3:05. He's engaged in a meeting. Then while we engage, we say that we have the office to conduct his availability. Sabaha, see your name. Suze, see your name. And any hands? Let me write down now. Let's deal with this before. Neil, we're going to follow your recommendation. When you establish all these things, then we go for your recommendation. I hope you'll follow me. Let's go. Shoot.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yes, in the Chief Whip's meeting, we did discuss, and it was agreed that Mr. Strato be removed due to the pending the court matter and the fact that it would be a contravention of his bail conditions. So it would be in his interest to withdraw, from our perspective, anyway. So we agree with that. My caucus is in agreement that Eben Phillips would replace. However, in the Whip's meeting, there was no discussion with regard to Mr. Prince. But I understand Mr. Prince is not a municipal manager, he's a mayor. Yes. And a mayor cannot stand on the panel, he has to be a municipal manager. So Can we just get clarity around that?
Just hold it there. I'll ask someone, I don't, without respect or disrespect. My leader, or anyone who's close to POF, is he still in Beaufort West, comrade? Chief Whip, what is he? Is he a mayor or an MM?
Thank you, Speaker. You see, the people like to know what is happening in other people's houses. That is why they will always fail and embarrass themselves. Truman Prince is the municipal manager where he's staying in Beaufort West. That is why they will always know what is happening in other people's houses.
They're saying it's an MM. In a certain municipality, definitely.
Did you find something there, Julie?
Yeah, Speaker.
Former, he's the former MM, he's not the current MM. That's our understanding.
You are going to disagree with me.
Chair, please protect me, I have the floor. Thank you. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm merely asking the question. We need clarity with regard to that. So but it was not discussed in the WIP's meeting at all. So our recommendation from the DA's perspective that as Mr. Eben Phillips is not available, then we would support Davy Adonis, or we would support Mr. Jacobs as an alternative on experts. With regard to the chief whips as observer status, with regard to the chief whips as observer status, we have always in this municipality had observer status for all political parties in the selection and recruitment process of all municipal managers and managers directly accountable to municipal managers. If you would take the time and go through the council agendas, going back to as far as January of 2017, there was an item that appeared before council with regard to the appointment of a municipal manager.
Chief Whip,
Yes.
can you assist me? Let's deal with this thing of the name, finish it, then we go to the one of whips.
So you'll recognize me again to speak.
Now, I'll
on
do
this
that.
item.
There's a recommendation of Councillor Lowe that I said he must just park it for now. Let's package out this thing of Strata first. We finish it. You said we know where we are, we stick with Eben. If we agree that, for instance, the information that I was fed is saying that Eben might finish at 3 where he is in terms of a meeting. Then around, let's say, a delegate to say that around about 3:05, we check his availability, because here what will guide us is if he's available, we don't need another names. You understand when you follow me? You follow my drift? If Eben is confirmed to say that I'm available to come and assist you there. 3 is now, we'll be debating here, 3 will be now. But that's the reason I say I need guidance from all of us here. We are decision makers.
Speaker, it's not about guidance, it's straightforward. If there's a counter proposal, then you deal with it on a voting process. That is how it's supposed to work. What we have done here...
Councillor Lowe, you don't follow me. You all agreed about Eben.
Correct.
Yes, but the problem, can you turn off your mic? The problem now, Eben, the information that we receive, or I've received, is that Eben will be free at 3. We should say 3:05, will be still here. If Eben confirmed to say that I'm available, there is no need for plan C. We just move smoothly as agreed in the Chief Whip Forum with your recommendation. You understand what I'm saying? Now, what we need to do now, 3 is now, we rather park that one, deal with the one of the whips, that this is an undertaking. We don't find each other regarding us. Now I'm going to give back to Sapak to say that we, if I may steal some words to her, if I can establish what she wanted to say, is to say that there was an undertaking before that we must serve. When there's interviews, we'll sit there as an observer status as different organizations. Then there's a view that says that we want to rescind this. Wara, 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 wara.
Speaker, to interject you, that is one item. We have to deal with it as one item. We can't separate the two, because if you read this whole thing, it's one item. So in our recommendations, we have to make it clear that it is, we are saying that we rescind the decision of the 23rd of February. We rescind that. The 23rd of February, we rescind that decision. That decision hold water by who is the selection panel. Now we have to identify on the selection panel who you want to take off. So then we make our recommendation, said, because we rescind the decision to take Mr. Strato off. Now we say also B will be, that is where it come in with the chief's whip, because it's one item that we're dealing with. We can't put this one here and then we park it to the other side. It can't be correct. It must be written as one item.
No, thank you, Councillor Low, but I'll give you Davis now, then we'll be the mayor. I'm saying, Kunu councillors, no one of you can confirm to say Mayor Eben is available. It's the same item, but we need to understand if he is available or not before we move out of the item. That's what I'm saying. I was informed, apparently 3, he will be finished what he's doing for his municipality, which is I'm saying we must check him at 3:05 to ask him that, Mr. Eben, your name is coming up in our council meeting. Are you available? Yes or no? We wish that he say yes because the caucus agreed about his name. So let's move to the second one. The second one speaks to the first one, but we need to understand the availability. Now, the second one deals with the whips attending interviews or observer status. And the report that we receive or could hear here is that you don't agree, you agree to disagree. Correct? Around the whip to have an observer status or not to have an observer status. Suzanne Davis, then Suzanne, then Mayor.
Speaker, I will allow the whip of the Kim, and then I will speak after because she didn't have a chance to speak. On the issue of, okay, I can speak, but it's going to be preempting what she's saying because I want to speak on the observers.
We are there.
Okay.
Can we not stand this all down
Speaker,
until
I haven't
later?
finished.
No.
I was interrupted by Neil Lowe.
No, you're going to speak on the
him,
list.
so I should be the first one on the floor to
You're
speak
going to
because
speak
I
on the
haven't
list.
finished.
You're going to speak on the list. You're before the mayor is Davis, then you, then Mayor. Davis.
I will let Sharon speak.
Okay, come your chief whip then. After the chief whip, the mayor, then first thing. Madam Chairman. Oh, I call it chief whip.
Thank you, Speaker. With regard to the chief whips, we are not in agreement that that item be rescinded. Since going back through council meetings, if anybody took the time to go through the council agendas over the past number of years, I found an item before council in January of 2017 where it was the recruitment and selection process of a municipal manager. In that item, it refers to the fact that political parties would have a person at the selection panel, at the selection process as an observer. We have always implemented this in this municipality. We are not the only municipality that does it. There are many other municipalities that have observer status for other political parties. It is done so in the interest of openness and transparency. It's to ensure that the processes are done correctly. Observers do not participate in the selection process at all. We are merely there as observers. We cannot interfere. We cannot speak. We can observe. And in our observations of the process, if we pick up anything that we feel needs to be addressed, we would then have a right to write to the chair of the panel to raise our concerns, because it has to be in the interest of transparency as well. We have a town, as I said before, to be served, and we need to report back, and it is a critical post. At the end of the day, we've said on many, many occasions in this council, and it was said when we, as the Democratic Alliance and Kim, were in the minority part, in minority council in terms of ruling, yeah, because we were only 10 out of the 21, when we were going through the selection processes, we sent an invitation to the chief whips to attend the selection process. They were given a 2-day notice. And in that process, there were various councillors who complained and said it was insufficient time, they weren't able to address it, they can't attend, and there was a voice note that was put on the councillors group by our current executive mayor, Aubrey Singer, who vehemently opposed the fact that chief whips were not given sufficient time to prepare or to make themselves available. I find it extremely surprising that we are now sitting with an exact same process whereby they are saying chief whips are not allowed on the process in terms of observer status. It goes completely against the grain of what this institution has always stood for. I would like, with your permission, to play that voice recording of the executive mayor.
Ja,
Mayor, thank you very much.
Oh, no.
This is his
No, I
recording.
didn't play it. I didn't say play it.
I thought you said, I thought I
No,
heard you
I
you
said
could.
no.
Well, I thought you said you could.
No.
So, at the end of the day, we have
See, now you make
continually-
me Brenda fast. No.
I didn't hear you say no. So apologies, Speaker. But the point is at the end of the day, this has been vehemently opposed by other political parties when we were in power. We're now sitting in a position whereby they want to remove the opportunity for chief whips to be of observer status in a critical process that needs to be followed. Not only that, it begs the question, what on earth are they trying to hide? What are they trying to hide? We have the right to be there. It is not in the legislation, but it's always been something, and it doesn't prohibit us from being there. But we certainly can be there, and I'm asking that this council please consider it. Over and above that, I have a concern that if we proceed with this process, we are currently have a matter whereby papers have been served on this municipality with regard to the appointment of Mr. Sobello. If the court process continues and it is successful, Mr. Sobello will then be removed as the municipal manager, which then makes this entire process completely flawed because any decision made by him would then be viewed null and void. So I do not believe that we're even in a space to even continue with this item in terms of the shortlisting and interview process, because if Mr. Sobello's process is flawed, we cannot. So
Councillor.
I'm asking that this item,
Councillor.
that we consider it and that the
Councillor.
chief whips remain on as
Chief Whip.
observer, please. Thank you.
Chief Whip. Chief Whip, can we please do it this way? Can we, for now, refrain of making an example about Skosana, the mayor, and the MM? Our case is somewhere there in Cape Town. There is no results yet out there. Can we focus? Someone used to say, let's try to teach others the content of debate. We are dealing with an issue of observer status here. So I don't want a meeting that will be out of hand because everyone got a right to defend he or herself if a name is just been called, because we'll use words that will be counter-revolutionary against ourselves when needed. So at least you got a background of law, some of you. You know when there's no judgment yet from the court, not to use certain things. And your organization, you own yourself that specializes in court papers. At least yourself, by now you know you have a firm. We don't have a firm. We're coming from a background of amateur. For us, a paper is like a newspaper, it's like a toilet paper. It's the same thing to us. There's no difference. Stop. Let's refrain of councillors calling names of people here. Let's leave it to the court, other issues. Please, because you're making judgment unnecessarily here. After you is the mayor, after the mayor is Feinstein, after that is Charlie, after Charlie is Lopez. No, it's not your show. I gave you twice, you didn't want to talk. You'll wait for others now. Mayor?
No, Speaker, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. No, Speaker, thank you very much.
You'll speak after Lopez. Is that Mayor?
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I respect the decision of the multi-caucus. And look, from where I'm speaking, Speaker, there was the name of Yeben, which nobody objected to it. I think all parties agree in terms of that name. But in the absence of Yeben, there was also another name, you know, and the name of municipal manager Truman Prince, which is a MM of a district municipality in the Central Karoo, for those who don't know. You know, he's not acting, he's a municipal manager, for those who don't know. Speaker, the third thing, I think we can't be wasting hours here. You know, if we cannot get Yeben, there was another name which was proposed here, which I think we need to move with it. If we cannot get Yeben, we need to move. There was another name which was proposed. We can't be wasting, an hour dealing with this particular issue. Because, we've been waiting. I mean, for whoever which have made contact with Durban to come back to us to confirm whether it's available or not, you know. And the third thing, Speaker, which I must also raise, you know, Speaker, I'm very happy. Councillor Sabah she put it very nicely. I mean, what she have just raised now, it's a practice. The legislation does not allow that. This thing of observing observers, it does not allow it in the legislation. Why do we want to do something which is not in the legislation? You know, and we cannot, Speaker, continue. I mean, doing what is not. It's not. I mean, it's not in the law. You know, Speaker. Before I sit down, I want to make an example. In Oudtshoorn municipality, I mean, there was a similar process which the council have undergone when they were busy appointing the municipal manager. When they constitute a council, I mean, they put extra people which were not supposed to be, I mean, part of the panel. And then after the process was done, appointment was done, the people which have called for interviews, what do you call them? Candidates. The candidates have taken the matter to the MEC of the province, Patel, and that process was nullified. That process was nullified. So, Speaker, from where I'm sitting, we cannot endorse a practice. A practice is not a law. We need to do the stuff within the parameters of the law. So this thing of observers, Speaker, we can't be wasting energy and time here. I mean, discussing whether people want to be part or not. If the legislation does not allow them to be part, they cannot be part. That's why when we are dealing with the issues of the appointment of the municipal manager, we do not have observers because they are not required to be there. Thank you, Speaker. I think we need to move on with this issue. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, earlier on it was said by, I think it was Councillor Matika, how the whips have a caucus and then they go and they have a discussion and they agree and they come back to council and then it's changed. So this is a perfect example of what's just happened. Speaker, I think there were two names proposed. I agree with what you're saying. We only have to wait for another 5 or 7 minutes before we can have feedback with regards to Mr. Ewan Phillips. And then the ANC proposed a different name, but so did the DA. So, Speaker, just to remind you of that there were different names given as a second backup person, which I agree with you, Speaker, we can only deal with once we have clarity from Mr. Ewan Phillips and can move from there. And then, Speaker, I think, we have had this item a few times, and I remember all whips fighting and wanting to be a part of the observer status for these interviews. Now, today this item comes and it's surprising because why now, after everybody and the different whips and parties in council wanting to be a part of this process and have observer status, has it changed today? If we look at our slogan for our municipality, we put it out there that we are inclusive. So why now are we trying to practice something that is not being inclusive and not transparent? Speaker, this does not look good, and one has to ask why. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, bear with me. I am a student of Izaqi Namahlelo. A tiger was licking a big tin of fish. But when his head, couldn't remove his head, and it was in a awkward situation, but just because of his behavior, nobody could come closer to it to save it, to take the tin out of the head, of his head, so that he can be saved. Where I'm coming from, what I like about the Democratic Alliance. They would always took the things that happened 6-7 years ago that suits them, and they would like to implement it. And then when it doesn't suit them, they will come and tell you about the new legislator, what is happening. That's what I like about them. Because about something that happened in 2017, now, the reason we are saying this thing, it must stop, there was evidence now of people who are keeping the recordings of people who are attending meetings. The same thing, that attitude that is going to say that nobody is going now as a chief whip of any political party, because now there was evidence, the recording voice was now played here. Meaning that although that we are not going to say anything, they might come in, protect me, Speaker, they might come in, and what those people who are serving on that panel, they will record them without us not noticing it. So that is why I'm saying, because of this, the tiger's arrogancy, that's why nobody could even go close to the tiger and help it to remove that tin out of his head because of the arrogancy. So, Speaker, there's a recommendation here. We're not going to waste time. When we come in council because of politics. Now in politics, we know that there are two things. There's a majority and a minority. We need to vote. They've got the powers and come with their new legislation, but when it suits them, they will come and drag something that happened 6-7 years ago because it suits them. But not this time around. It's not going to work. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Lopez. Councillor Lopez,
Can you keep order, Speaker? I would like to address the council.
please can you speak?
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I find it very interesting that the mayor, through you, Speaker, is quite selective. Suddenly he wants to uphold the law, which I find laudable, but I wish it was applied consistently throughout the process, not just selectively. In addition, Councillor Charlie, with all due respect, precedent is something that is binding. And it is very important to go back to the history of this. And I actually listened to the recording of one of the council meetings where we were dealing with the selection of the MM, I think in November last year. And at that stage, Ms. Paulson was the legal manager, and she's on record saying, look, it's not, there's no legislative, the mayor's quite right, it's not in the legislation that whips automatically have observer status, but historically, Knysna municipality has always allowed at least the opposition parties to nominate one councillor as an observer. And this is important for our oversight role. There is so much manipulation that can happen, and if you have nothing to hide, allow the people just to sit and look. There is no reason why you would not do that. There can be no interference, they cannot participate, but surely they have the right to observe. And if you're taking that away, we have grave concerns about what's going on and the extent of what's going on in this municipality. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to say to Councillor Charlie, the recording that was played was actually from our Councillor WhatsApp
Speaker,
group.
I am not the Speaker. Why is she speaking to me?
Sorry, Speaker, through you to Councillor Charlie. But I just want to, I'm sure Councillor Charlie will be happy to hear that everything she says in this is recorded on YouTube, so everybody can listen to her for weeks to come. Can I complete?
Chief Whip, speak to me, please.
Yeah, thank
Let's
you,
leave the
Speaker.
other staff of tape. I've stopped that. I said I'm Brenda fast. I said no. Can you shoot, because I nearly missed you, you see?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I was actually 15 minutes ago going to suggest that we should just stand this down and do the other item and speak to Mr. Phillips, but if we want to do it piecemeal, then let's do it that way. Speaker, are we going to kick the unions off as well? No. Because the unions have got observer status. They don't make the appointment. Council appoints directors and the MM. We actually, each of us votes. Our vote makes us responsible for the appointment, but we're not allowed to observe the process, but we're going to allow the unions. I don't want to kick the unions off, but if we are being kicked off in this process, we have to suspect that there may be things to hide. Now, we were told that the reason we don't have to observe anymore is because we agree on Mr. Phillips. Well, Mr. Truman Prince could be a very different story. I think we might need every single councillor to observe if he's going to be on that panel. So that is the most absurd argument, with the greatest of respect. There's obviously other reasons why they want why they don't want us to see what's happening. I will stand by that.
That's an insult. You are insulting Truman Prince. You are insulting him.
If you speak
It's impossible to
You are
insult
insulting
Truman Prince.
to me, Councillors,
Thank you.
you
I
are-
will. Yeah, I mean,
Councillors-
really, is there anything I can say about
Councillor,
permanent?
Councillor, I thought you finished.
Finish. The
Okay,
Councillor
yeah,
Charlie.
look, you were speaking to me in terms of
Yeah.
asking, Speaker, are the unions also be, please, Charlie,
Speaker,
please, the.
Speaker,
Okay, yes.
can I just address the MM? MM, we have something. We are supposed to deal with at 3 o'clock. Can you just confirm with your PA about that we are in the council meeting?
Councillors, you've addressed me with something asking about unions. If I were gonna answer you, I was gonna say, I don't know, because I'm not a unionist. On top of that, I will also say that if I was involved in engagements of observer status, the past in terms of employing these people, stop with council. Whatever people can do, but the past must come to a council meeting. We need to engage around those reports. I'm trying to locate Mr. Yepon because my watch is saying now it's 3:05. You see, I'm trying while we are engaging, and I'm disrespecting you while we were speaking. I know after, it's Davis, after the chief whip. Now,
Speaker, can I ask for a 30 minutes lunch break? We are sitting here from 9 o'clock, from 11 o'clock. We can't sit here.
okay, Davis, then is the MM. After the MM, then you will get it.
Thank you, Speaker. I think thank you for allowing me to speak. I've got to, is the Speaker off there, Councillor Low? Sure. Speaker, when you look at this item, it's very clear, and as our colleagues have said, that, there's definitely a move to avoid transparency and the spirit of inclusivity. Now, it can be perceived, even though that is not the case, and we don't want to believe that things want to be hidden. And the only thing that you can think about is what, as my colleague said, are you trying to hide something? Because it's impossible to not have, I don't know anybody will not have observers there. For number one, we sign observers sign a confidentiality agreement. So they're signing a confidentiality agreement. They can't speak during the process. They can't ask questions, although in the past I allowed that, one or two, but in general they don't ask questions. So I don't know what the threat is. So I want to again appeal, man, please let us be fair, colleagues. Let us be fair and have a fair approach. Councillor Charlie was talking about the tiger now. We all know a tiger is different to a lion. A lion is a family animal. A tiger is isolated. And it's a fact. We are a council here. We are working together. We are colleagues. And I think it's only fair, Speaker, for me to appeal to our colleagues, if just for that process of fairness, that they will allow us to be part of the process. And I think that will create a more collegiate approach to what we are doing here. So that's all I want to say, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, MM I'll give you now, but just wait. We've got Eben, which everyone agreed upon. Then we got Truman from the left side. Then versus whom? Versus JJ, the former. Is that your proposal you brought? The substitute name is former MM. Versus Truman. Am I correct? Okay, then we're going to move now. We finished to debate around the item. We're going to go do it this way then. Our first priority, all of us in the House, to replace Strato is Eben. Correct? If we don't get hold of him, we'll take one of the two, which we're going to vote for both of them. Huh? No, I'm saying I'm trying to get hold. We don't get hold of him. So that alternatively, we need to have a name if we disagree to be part of the panel. Now, Truman's name needs to be seconded. It was proposed by you, Deputy Mayor. It needs a second. Truman needs a second. Councillor Charlie?
I second.
Okay, thank you. JJ needs a second. Susie?
Jay, but not
Okay.
Adonis.
Come again. No. It's one name. No. He's not in the picture.
I'll
JJ.
second Jay.
You cannot have Adonis you don't want Stroder. Both of them are in court. You cannot come and play with names. Those in favor of JJ, show by hand. Truman, I'm not confused. Against Truman. Any abstention? No. Results, Lopez.
Speaker, thank you very much, Speaker. The result on JJ, those in favor of JJ 10, against JJ 11. The proposal of Truman, favor 10, against 10. One abstention.
There's 10-10.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Myself as Mr. Sebola, not Sibilo. I think it will be the opportunity of the Speaker to draw his casting vote. Speaker, what?
Speaker, you can abstain, eh?
No, I was checking which one is what. Can I remember I used to work with JJ now. I don't want to find me in the wrong side of the law. But yeah, there's a firm that's going to make money out of me maybe. But I've got my own team in front of me. I've got directors, CFOs, MMs. Yeah. If Mr. Truman is available and Mr. Epen is available, I'm casting my vote for Mr. It was 10-10. Yeah, because Epen, we agreed all in council that if he's available, he's our number one, all of us. But if he's absent, then we go for number 2. The name is Truman. For the records, no, I'm number 3 in council. Number 1 is Sengo, number 2 is Mapi, I'm number 3. Sure, thank you. Then we go now to the second one, the one of the whips. There's different views. You've shared it. There's nothing to debate about now. It's going to go the same route now. Those who are saying that the status quo, if I may put it that way, I'm borrowing words, I must not be quoted wrong, that observers must be given observer status when the panel takes its cue next week. Come again?
Speaker, you said observers must have observer status. You mean chief whips must have observer status?
I'm saying that. Our observers are chief whips. Yes, the chief whips, if I may use that word again, to be given an opportunity to sit there, must show it by hand. To participate, if I may use that word.
We vote for fairness, Speaker.
Clean governance. Those are your words. Thank you. Kolobal? Okay. Those who are against the proposal, show by hand.
Speaker, thank you very much. The results are following. Those on the want the chief whip to stay as the observers, there are 10. Those one they said the chief whip must go, 11.
Speaker, can you?
Proposed by Councillor Lowe, if you still remember. You wanted to do amendments on recommendation. Councillor Lowe, this is an opportunity. Read the recommendation to
Now,
council.
the corporate team must listen very carefully because that is very important. Recommendation A is that council note.
No, Councillor Susan, Mayor said don't leave him behind. Follow. Yeah, follow.
That recommendation A, that remain as it is. Recommendation A remain as it is. Recommendation B is as follow. Sorry, Chief Whip, Mr. Phillips phoned me now. Can I answer it?
Corporate, take the recommendation of Neil. Councillors, can we be seated? Can a gentleman and a lady sit down? This is a council chamber.
Thanks, Speaker. Must I go with the recommendation?
Okay, they say.
Yes, I just want to inform you, as council, that Mr. Phillips is available after the 31st of March, but we have time until the 4th of April to deal with the shortlisting.
Come on.
What I'm saying Mr. Phillips is available from the 31st of March. Then he's available, Mr. Phillips. Yes. No, not about until. What we are saying, we have our process, the last day of our process is the 4th of April. So he's in line with it still.
Yeah. Can you assist us with your recommendation?
Hey, some people are not happy when I speak. Okay, thanks. That council review and rescind council resolution SCO 40223 dated 28 February 2023 not to include the clause B1 and B2. Meneer Strato as a person who is expert in the area of corporate service and planning and development. And clause D, that we remove the chief's whip from being observers of recruitment process for the vacancy of corporate planning development, human settlement, and that is a NCFO. D, now we're going to the panel. Recommendation D. Recommendation D is that as follows. Recommendation D as follows. That council approve of the following composition of the recruitment and selection panel. That the following selection panel for the appointment of Director Corporate Service in terms of Regulation 12.4 of the Local Government Regulation Appointment of Condition of Employment of Senior Managers, Government Gazette, 17 January 2014 be appointed. That the municipal manager, who will be the chairperson, a member of the mayoral committee or council who is the portfolio head of corporate service portfolio, and Mr. Eben Phillips, municipal manager of Cape Agalas, as a person who is expert in the area of corporate service. Just relax. I'm coming there. D1, that is D1. That the following selection panel for the appointment of Director Planning and Economical Development in terms of Regulation 12.4 of the Local Government Regulations on Appointment and Condition of Employment of Senior Managers, Government Gazette 17, January 2024 to be appointed as the municipal manager who will be the chairperson, a member of the mayoral committee or council who is the portfolio head of the relevant portfolio, and Mr. Eben Phillips, municipal manager of Cape Agalas, as a person who is expert in the area of planning and economical development.
Fighter, I'm not good in English, I'm good in Afrikaans. I need to check if Eben is not available. We agreed that we have Truman. No, I don't think you are a fighter, you are Kim. Unless you'll prove me otherwise on Monday. Don't we have something saying alternatively? Don't we supposed to have something like that? I just want to check.
Okay,
It is absent here, then we
can have then we can put not A, B, C, D, E in instead in his absence. Then we put Mr. Truman Prince to be on the selection panel. Yes.
Thank you, Fight.
I think I've concluded. I hope, Jali, you have captured. Okay.
The council agree upon the recommendation which is brought forward now by. Yeah, I'd say I just want to record. You must know that you no get custom, bro. Yeah, we know it. Okay. Let's move then to the item. We have an item which is item 10, and I will need to explain that before we excuse the public. Do we have public? Yes, at least we have majority. Two is majority, that to allow us a space that we engage the item which is in committee, because the items speak to some of the members of the council. That's one of the reasons we felt let's brought it into committee to green pages. And we really like the community and those who are listening to excuse us to deal with the matter in committee. Thank you. There's a or are we all in committee, councillors? Is there anything? To in committee, councillors, there's an item of in committees. I'll really ask again that should